Are you all rested up, Greer?
Well, it's 9:30 a.m. here, so I'm feeling okay.
It's 8:30 p.m. here, so just for the record.
Oh, you're gonna be doing just fine. That's a typical council meeting by the time you get done. Let's get started. Thank you for everybody's patience. We'll call to order the April 8th, 2024 regular city council meeting if the clerk can call the roll.
Of course. Councilmember Koo?
Here.
Councilmember Burt?
Here.
Vice Mayor Lowing?
Here.
Mayor Stone?
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Here.
Councilmember Vinker?
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames? For the record, 6 present.
Okay, thank you. Before we get started, we have a couple of members who are virtual, myself included. So we'll do a couple of statements, disclosures required by state law. So Councilmember Vinker, would you like to go first?
Sure. I don't know what all I need to say, but I will say that I am out of state and the agenda was posted. I'm in a publicly accessible place and the agenda was posted more than 72 hours before the meeting here. And I will actually say I'm coming to you from our sibling city of Bloomington, Indiana, which was in the epicenter of the eclipse today. It was bright and sunny, except for 4 minutes this afternoon.
Great, thank you. That must have been a great experience. I'll be invoking the just cause provision of AB 2449. The justification for the just cause is I am traveling while on business of the city of Palo Alto. I am in Japan visiting our sister city of Sachiura. There are no adults in the room who are 18 or older. And okay, I think that's all I need to do. getting the nod from the city attorney. Wonderful. Then that's always a good sign. Let's continue. And sorry, a little clunky on the computer. I've never done this before. Okay, any agenda changes, additions, and deletions?
No changes, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Then we will move to our closed session. We have 2 items on our closed session. Item 1 is a conference with the city attorney regarding potential litigation regarding claims pursuant to the public contract code related to construction of the public safety building. And then item 2 is regarding public employment of finding our new city auditor. So let's go to public comment on either closed session item.
There are no hands raised and there are no requests to speak for items 1 and 2.
Wonderful. Thank you. Do we have a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Great.
All right, I'll go ahead and take the vote. Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
motion carries.
Wonderful. Thank you. We will go into closed session.
Greg, could we get you to the dais, please? Okay, we're returning from closed session. There's nothing to report on conference with city attorney, potential litigation, or on public employment. The two people that were coming in remotely are now disconnected. So these four are the interviewers tonight for this section of the meeting. I'm still getting a little bit of echo here. So I think the first interview.
Vice Mayor,
Yes,
I
sir.
just thought it might be good for everybody to know that the meeting will be recorded so that council members who aren't in attendance will be able to review all the interviews.
Great, thank you. So we're interviewing tonight for two commissions. The Planning and Transportation Commission, there are two interviewees for one position. And the Stormwater Management Oversight Committee, there are four candidates for three positions. So the city clerk will be running these, and the first one is
Our first interviewee for the Planning and Transportation Commission is Ashish, and he is getting promoted to panelist right now, and he will have 10 minutes. Each of these interviews are 10 minutes. So we'll
and
allow.
yes, sorry, procedurally, if you'd like to make a statement in the beginning about why you're applying, things like that, we'd be happy to see that. We'll ask you a couple of questions, and then we'll wrap up at the end. If we have some time, you can still make a comment at the end as well.
Perfect. So Ashish, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak, and we can see you here in chambers. And as soon as you start speaking, I will start your time.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you, Mayor Loing and ladies and gentlemen. It's really a privilege to be on this call today. Per my introduction, I've been a Palo Alto resident for almost 2 decades. And I've been living here, I put my kids through kindergarten, middle school, high school, and now they're in college. I'm a very active member of the community here in Palo Alto. And over the last 2 decades that I mentioned, I've seen the community grow, and I've seen the community thrive. See a lot of people that have moved in from various parts of the world, and all the diversity that I see. It's a very vibrant community, and I'm really driven to be part of this community, help it grow further. There are some things that I've seen anecdotally, being a parent, being a PTA parent, and participating in the community events. I've seen that there are some challenges that we have seen, as raising the kids. Safe routes to school is one of the things that's very close to my heart. I've had some personal experiences where some of my coworkers have been fatally injured riding their bikes. So looking at bikeability conditions, that's one of the things that I'm also looking at. I'm actively doing some of the other things to kind of help out. Creating general awareness, helping out with the folks in the community, so what I would like to do is come in and be a part of this effort to kind of make things even better for Palo Alto. And so these are some of the things that I mentioned, but I also see that the density of the population in Palo Alto has increased, which is a good thing because we are being vibrant. But at the same time, there are some certain challenges with the mass housing and retail and some of the other challenges that we face. And I hope that I can come in and contribute to make things even better out here. So I'm totally vested in this because I intend to live here. I mean, we are empty nesters right now, but I do intend to live in Palo Alto. I'm not I do not want to like move out because this is where home is right now for almost 20 years right now. So that's my
Okay. All right. Thank you. Now we'll come to the dais for questions. Who would like to go first? Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. And welcome, and thank you for applying, and thank you for your engagement with the community, both past and future. So this is the Planning and Transportation Commission. And I'll note that you seem to have a strong interest in the transportation related issues. And I'm glad to see that. We've, over the last decade or so, we've kind of seen the planning and that commission be less engaged with transportation than planning. And when we, 20 years plus ago, now 25 years ago, when we added the transportation component to the commission, it was really not only that we didn't want the commission to be some weeks the planning commission and some weeks the transportation commission. We really wanted to look at the relationship between planning and development and transportation. So can you share any thoughts that you have about how those two things relate and your views on that?
Absolutely. So yes, I did mention transportation because that's my personal experience, raising kids, dropping them off to school, doing all the daily chores, driving on the roads. So for me, it's very important that the safe routes to school. There's a big safety concern for children and as well as adults, and also bikeability in the streets. Also the condition of the roads. Sometimes, and I'm not saying that it doesn't happen everywhere else, but I see that sometimes the roads are not very pliable. Sometimes we do see some potholes and all of that. So that's one aspect. But I think planning is also very important because these two are very interrelated. Because let's say if you build mass housing or you build a social structure like a community hall or a movie theater or something where you see a lot of density of the people coming in and cars coming in and parking issues and all of that. So making sure that we build structures and build these kind of in this kind of infrastructure so that it eases up the traffic problems, the density problems, the parking problems, and also kind of gives an opportunity for people to kind of gives them an ease to kind of go from place to place, and also kind of residential complexes. All those things are very important, because if you just concentrate on a certain area, then the chances are that it may not be as convenient or as smooth, the entire kind of accessibility and all of that. So making sure that you have a really good plan in terms of how you can diversify, how you can kind of distribute the concentration of these kind of social structures like residential complexes, movie theaters, retail, and all of that. If you can do that, so all these things are kind of interrelated. So that's my viewpoint on that.
Others? Oh, I would just ask, we have quite a number of commissions, and you had sort of a smorgasbord of what you could apply for, and you chose planning and transportation. So why is that the appeal for you on your first commission in Palo Alto?
Absolutely. So I do have a few very good friends on the transportation committee in I think it's called the MTC. So I'm very aware of what the MTC's agendas are, and we do talk with my friends about the Caltrain, the retrogate or retrostep process where they're trying to build tunnels. At least that's coming up for discussion. I know there's a lot of things that are happening. Safe routes to school is one of the things. So I do have quite a decent number of folks that I can interact with in terms of the planning and transportation. So, I mean, yes, you're right. I mean, I could have looked at other, commissions, but I think this is more near and dear to me from a personal experience, as well as the knowledge base that I can tap into if I have to, exchange ideas or get some feedback or, understand what's going on or learn like, what else is being done in other cities, other places where we can kind of leverage that kind of knowledge and try to implement in the area. So that's one of the reasons why I chose the planning. And it's very exciting also because, planning is like one of the fundamental kind of linchpins of, community development. So that's one of the other reasons why I was interested in this.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Lowing. I think the question that Councilmember Burt brought up about the combination or the two different aspects of transportation and planning go hand in hand. And, the street infrastructure is really very much a part of building and growth in a city. So I find that your interest in transportation and that you have knowledge from MTC, it's pretty great. But also, I was just kind of wondering, do you see any, if you've watched any of the meetings, have you seen anything that is lacking in the meetings when it comes to agenda items?
I mean, one thing that I've seen those meetings. I know there's another meeting that's coming up tomorrow, and I've seen the meetings previous month in March where you talk about the bikeability on El Camino, and also discuss about the retail planning. Making sure that the retail stores are not concentrated in a certain location, and also about mass housing. All those things. I think one thing that we need to look at, in my opinion, is we have so many.
If you could wrap up, please. Your time's up, so please wrap up. Thank you.
So one thing I think that we also need to look at all the service, because our town is like a very kind of resource intensive city, and we have a lot of service workers that are coming in from various places, very far away places. If we can make certain arrangements for the service workers to have some accommodation or something that we can arrange for them, I think that's one agenda item that I would like us to see getting discussed, because I see a lot of people who are coming in who are service
Thank
workers.
you. Thank you very much. Appreciate you applying.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, our next interviewee for the Planning and Transportation Commission is Barton Hetchman.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of council. Bart Heckman, applicant for the Planning and Transportation Commission. So 4 years ago, I was looking for a way to give back to the city where I've raised my family. There was an opening on the PTC, which I thought particularly well fit my skill set. So I applied. I was fortunate enough to be appointed, and I've spent the last 4 years making recommendations to you and working with a diverse and excellent group of other planning commissioners. I've enjoyed that work. I've found it very meaningful to me personally, and I like to believe that I've done a lot of good in that work, and so I want to keep going. That's why I've applied for another 4-year term.
Okay, great. Council members want to jump in? Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. Thank you for applying again. in your application, it says, a substantial part of my law practice involves representing applicants for discretionary government approvals. So that's part of your job. And when you are you're sitting at PTC and representing the city, do you speak with the residents of the city as well to represent both sides? Because a lot of your ex parte disclosures oftentimes says that you mentioned that you speak with the applicants, their lawyers, and I've seen you on sidebars with the lawyers in the council chambers. But do you speak to the residents in town to see their perspective of how these development might have, what they see these developments will do for their neighborhoods?
I would say that as my practice, as I approach a meeting, I don't typically reach out to anyone, applicant or neighbor. I may tour a site, but I'm open to receiving requests to communicate from either side. And I have received requests from neighbors. I've never turned one of those down. And every time it's happened in a quasi-judicial proceeding, I've disclosed that. It may or may not be that more often I'm approached by applicants. I haven't really kept track of that. But again, I don't say no to anybody. If anyone wants to talk to me, I feel it's my duty to be open to that and then to disclose.
That's good to hear, because I am, reappointed. If you're reappointed, then I would hope that the residents in town, along with anybody who requests for your ear, that you might be open to hear from them. As we've said, and as you know, the position in all of our boards and commissions is mostly a recommending body. Those commissions and boards are recommending bodies to the city council, where we have the final decision to make. But thank you for the response.
Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, thank you. Well, thank you for your service. We, on our boards and commissions, and particularly planning and transportation, we historically have a wide range of backgrounds and expertise, from layperson, just engagement and interest, to people with professional expertise. And each has their own value and role. One of the things I want to ask you about is your expertise, and you certainly have it, comes from the standpoint of being not only an attorney on land use, but an advocate for developers principally. And I wanted to ask you to reflect on and share with us the degree to which that point of view drives your recommendations. And in a way, this is maybe something that Councilmember Koo was trying to probe at, but I'll frame it just a little bit differently. We all have our biases, and we deal with biases to try to filter them out and be as objective as possible. Or some of us just simply embrace our biases and say, it's the right thing. My perspective is the right point of view, and I'm going to drive that. So I've seen times where you've not only asserted your perspective on a project, but asserted it based upon your expertise. In cases where we might, different land use attorneys might have different points of view, but you've asserted yours as being objectively factual as opposed to opinions. So any comments on those kind of questions?
Well, I think in my original application and interview, I made clear that I believe in property rights. And it's not so much that through my work as an attorney, I developed an affinity for developers as much as I was interested in the process of development, which uses property rights. And that's what drew me. So it started with me and my mindset, not coming with a voice for particular clients. I have served as, for 3 years, I was the Scotts Valley Deputy City Attorney serving their planning commission. Long ago, I was briefly the city attorney for the city of Menlo Park on the University Circle project. And through those experiences, I think I bring a balance of, and I think I bring the right attitude in serving the municipality. The other thing is, while it's true that when I come to a meeting and I've done the research and I listen to the applicant and I listen to the neighbors, if neighbors are involved, I may forcefully advocate my initial position. If you watch those meetings, what I think you'll see is after I've done that, I'm not about winning. I'm about building consensus. And if that means letting go of the position I announced that I started with, I do it. If it means pulling in aspects from other commissioners to try to find a meld of, as you say, Councilmember Burt, this diverse group of commissioners, which is the benefit of 7 people who are not all land use attorneys or any other thing. And I think if you've been paying attention to our meetings, and I know you do, then you will have seen me try to build that consensus, even when it doesn't fit my particular model, even sometimes helping to build a motion that it's clear I'm not supportive of because I want it done right.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, thank you again for applying and thank you for your service over the past 4 years. I really appreciate it. So I actually also was on the PTC for quite some time, and I had a lot of people approach me, and I found that it's really good to hear all different perspectives. So I applaud you for accepting meetings from all people, because I think that's really important to be able to hear all different sides. Right now on the commission, who else has your kind of legal background and kind of, you did a lot of things even from Menlo Park, right? And a lot of other cities. Who else on the commission has your kind of background?
The composition of the current commission, there aren't any other people who come from a similar land use background. When I started, there were actually 3 land use lawyers on the commission, 2 of whom were not practicing. So at this point, I'm the only one who really comes with this particular background,
Yeah,
which I do think is useful to have at least one of us on the planning commission.
sure. Yeah, and I think the city is lucky to have you do this, because I do think that diversity is actually really important on a commission, because as a council member, I want to see very robust debate among the commission and board members. So, and I've watched you and you've definitely done that and helped encourage that. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
We only have a few seconds. I can either ask you a question or I can have you. I'm very intrigued by the fact that you say you want a decision-making PTC. What kind of decisions would that be as opposed to the ones that are like a Castanea school?
Well, actually, use permits is one example of in other jurisdictions, a decision that can be made by the Planning Commission, but can be appealed to the council. So not all of those are controversial, and some of them could end at the Planning Commission.
But your idea is to have a certain set of decisions that would be, but not just anything that has a unanimous vote, and some things that didn't have a unanimous vote could still become law unless appealed by council.
Yeah, it's a discrete subset. For example, zoning ordinances, there's no jurisdiction I know of where the Planning Commission makes that decision. It's always a recommendation.
Okay.
Some design issues could end at the PTC if not appealed to council.
Okay, great.
All right.
That's all the time we have.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Moving to our Stormwater Management Oversight Committee. Our first interviewee is Gregory Bennett.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to interview today. My name's Greg. I am a new Palo Alto resident. We just moved into a historic property in Midtown, and we've been remodeling. I think you could technically call it a restoration at this point. And as part of that process, we've dealt with several atmospheric rivers over the course of our project, as well as kind of interfacing with the city to ensure all the proper care is taken to the historic property, and that includes all of the stormwater issues and issues around drainage and all of those things. And so I've become I wouldn't say a lay expert, perhaps, in these things, at least for my property. And when I saw the opening for the Citizen Oversight Board for stormwater management, it piqued my interest. I'm also a climate tech investor by training, I guess. By practice. And so I think about these things and converse with climate scientists on a regular basis. In the last several years, there's been a lot of updates to both the National Climate Assessment as well as other types of general scholarship around sea level rise and what the impacts are going to be all the way down to the zip code level. I've noticed that while Palo Alto has a ecological assessment from 2022, even in the last year, there's been a lot of significant updates, especially from the National Climate Assessment, the 5th National Climate Assessment. So I wanted to kind of lead with saying, I want to bring my knowledge and around this to bear for my fellow residents and my neighbors. And as a new resident, I feel very strongly that, especially not all new residents, but if you have the capability to serve, you should, and I do. So I take that very seriously. So looking forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much. Council members? Councilmember Burt?
Hi, thanks for applying. And I don't know if you know, but the Stormwater Oversight Management Committee has a pretty limited purview. It's really not currently empowered to wade in on policies and programs, but really limited to financial oversight, to whether the storm dollars are being spent on the projects as described, really, and set forth by staff. So my question is, what are your thoughts about whether this committee should have a broader purview, either recommendations on programs and policies related to stormwater, and it's even been suggested that we look at reformulating it as a water commission. We have recycling water issues, and some of these are already covered through our utilities commission. But I just want to get your thoughts on the possibility of changing or expanding the purview of this commission.
Thank you for your question. I did know that it is fairly light recommending work that the Oversight Committee does today. If it remains that way, that is great. I have a finance background. I think that the proper spending of everyone's tax dollars is important, especially for something as critical as our water and storm infrastructure. But I would welcome the opportunity to weigh in on other issues. I think that, from my personal perspective, I think that the water infrastructure, especially if there is a set of atmospheric rivers that come back to back to back, or heaven forbid, the much decried arc storm does come at some point in our lifetime, and it looks like in my son's lifetime, he's 10 months old, it will happen at some point in California. Then the water doesn't care which commission decided which way the water should go. So I think that if we're all working together and we all have the same goals towards water management in a potential crisis, I welcome the opportunity to work with other commissions or determine what is best for stormwater to do.
I wondered if how much your investment overlaps with things that are actually directly relative to this commission seat. Not that they have to be, just go ahead.
Great question. Fair question. It's zero. I have, it's more a professional understanding of kind of water management, the water infrastructure investments that I've been a part of at various kind of institutional levels have no bearing on the Bay Area even, I think. And personally, I am not currently invested in any water companies. So although I do have friends who have, some significant professional expertise in this place or in this space, who I would ask for their opinions on, types of technology or types of things in that nature. All of that I'm happy to disclose. I have no no dog in that fight, so to speak. But I do think that the best folks should be on this type of problem, because this is quickly becoming a more pressing issue for waterfront property all over the United States.
Okay, thanks for that answer. Other council members? Councilmember Koo?
Oh, thank you. Well, welcome to Palo Alto, Greg. And also, I'm sorry that your house was flooded during the storm, right? So
it was pretty minor.
Okay, that's good to hear. But thank you, thank you for volunteering and applying for this commission. My questions was very similar to Councilmember Burt, because this committee is so limited, right? And I think one of my question is, so as far as stormwater management and stormwater itself, since water is so precious, what can the city do better? If this commission was expanded, what are some of the things that you would think that might help the city with stormwater management?
Oh God, that's a great question. In my experience, that is a complicated question. The nature of water and its placement is complicated, and what works for a certain locality at a certain altitude with a certain soil composition might not work for some their neighbor who has one of those variables changed a bit. So it would definitely be learn from the learned and then determine the best course of action. But I will say the low-hanging fruit is implementing the current plan that's been in place. It was done with great care from what I can ascertain, and is working very well. And I think that there may be adjustments or additions or addendums to that plan that may one day have to be brought for another ballot measure, perhaps. I think that's probably years away, but as the climate science is accelerating in the direction of concern, I think that we should take it seriously as a city. And additionally, I think that we are in a unique position to set an example for other Bay Area cities, where if we can really get this right and share the way that we've done it, I think this is something that everyone who borders the Bay can benefit from.
Greg, thank you. It's very astute observation that one size doesn't fit all, right? But thank you.
Other comments? Commissioner? What's that? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for applying, and really interesting background. Given kind of the makeup of what this this group does, how do you think you would be able to spot or help figure out if there's issues going on with the financing?
Aside from the typical kind of financial analysis that's required of most investors, I think that a lot of the delta I've seen in kind of the plan versus actuals, some of it has been with or had to do with bid prices increasing since the original 2017 budget. Making sure that those are in line with kind of inflation and all sorts of other things, I think is kind of number one for me. My first kind of check. And other than that, interpreting the budget versus actuals on some of the commodity price increases, the fluctuations that happened over the pandemic, make sure that that's all in line. Prices of aluminum and those types of things. Does that answer your question?
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate you applying.
Thank you.
Our next interviewee is Kevin Mayer.
Good evening, Council.
Welcome, Kevin.
Thank you so much. My name's Kevin Mayer. We moved to Palo Alto in 1984, and in 1996 we were able to buy our house in the Adobe Meadow neighborhood. You know, I've thought of myself as a scientist, and that I'm curious to increase understanding about how the world works, and that I'm excited to continue to learn in multiple disciplines. And my personal values have drawn me to public service. Now, a little bit of background. My graduate work, both in Seattle and here in California, involved behavior of chemicals in soil and groundwater. And that turns out to be a pretty good fit when the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency began hiring Superfund project managers back 35 years or so ago. As my application details, my 3-decade career at EPA covered an immense range of issues, most of which were far beyond just engineering and science. My work did allow, and in fact it demanded, that I was constantly learning, and I was working with professionals and with community to solve problems. I retired in 2017, and we're at a point now where I feel I can volunteer for a more structured commitment. So happy to speak with you.
Great, thanks very much. Council members, questions? Councilmember Burt?
Well, Kevin, you may have heard the question that I asked of Greg
Certainly did.
the scope of the commission. I will say that I appreciate your background in groundwater and stormwater management. I spent a decade on the County Pollution Prevention and Wellhead Protection Committee, which worked with your agency a lot. So what are your thoughts on the question I asked?
You know, the issues about managing stormwater, you know, they're twofold. And one is the more straightforward, that is how to move water away from where you don't want it. And I think the city's plan expresses that reasonably well, and putting it into practice is, you know, involves the oversight, which was the primary focus of this committee that I understand. The other is how to manage water that's not going where you don't want it to go, but to prevent it from becoming a problem. Now that's a lot more challenging. I don't think that a commission is going to be able to do much about increased precipitation. I think it's going to be pretty challenging to get the community as a whole to implement activities that will let the water absorb into the soil instead of running off streets and gutters and into the pipes and all. So I think I'm dodging your question in that goodness, I don't know what
Well,
a
I do
commission
want to
could
share with you
possibly
that
do.
actually at the end of our prior stormwater bond, we were running out of money. And so in the Southgate neighborhood, rather than replace the traditional pipe system,
Mhm.
we did a lower cost, essentially a natural green
Right.
storm runoff system. And it was not only effective, but very popular. And so that has become essentially the default approach. And one thing that I just found out in the last couple of weeks I'm enthused about is that our expansion of Bulwer Park in the Ventura area, we're actually incorporating biochar as a filter system. So we're moving a lot in those directions. And we've had a really progressive city staff in this arena. And so then it's really a question of what role would there be for an oversight committee and outside perspectives.
You know, I think that's all wonderful. And I believe that taking those kinds of actions whenever they're possible makes a lot of sense and should be encouraged enthusiastically. I guess what I was trying to say is that some of those activities are at a scale that are certainly worth, exploring, but are at a scale that don't quite balance with the whole city's issue about managing stormwater. But I don't know that. And I'd be really interested in seeing like what percentage of the precipitation could be managed through, some of these projects that are at, less than citywide scale. But yeah, scaling up, I love it.
Councilmember Koo?
Thank you so much for applying, Kevin. It's interesting because you say that you like, in your previous role, you had a lot of face-to-face meetings with the community in terms of communication, especially with the US EPA Superfund projects and so forth. Obviously, we have some of those here. And in this role, given oversight over the fund, that we are charged with, but also stormwater management. It's just now recently in the last couple of years that we had so much rain. Previously, we're in a drought. So those storm drains were actually not used for what they're intended to do at that point. It was actually to dewater basements, and they were channeled in there, which is quite a waste because it goes straight into our bay, right? Of course, there is also contaminated water that are pumped out of basements. So and long ago, my understanding from the Valley Water being on their commission, we also had such severe drought and withdrawal of water from our groundwater that some of the land actually sank. Subsidence, right? So I think that, there might be a way under, if we are able to expand this, the purview for this commission, that there might be a way to kind of look at how to recharge and do a better job. Would that be something that you think that might be
worth exploring?
Mm-hmm.
Sure, I think it'd be worth exploring. I don't want to get into the geology of the area. It's a bit tricky. And also, what I thought I know about the geology, groundwater interactions is, gosh, I keep learning that it's not necessarily universally so. I have a minor recharge system in my own backyard that, this isn't going to work. And, with all this rain this year, it did.
Yeah, it's just learning how to reuse it and not waste it, since there's not much that comes along. Thank you.
Not only not waste it, but make things worse by extracting it and, putting it in the surface water where it's doing good things where the groundwater is. But thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Excellent. Any other comments? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next interviewee is Ambika.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me here. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. Just a brief introduction about me. I'm an immigrant to this country. I was on the East Coast when I first arrived, all the way in 1997, moved to the Bay Area in 2006 and to Palo Alto in 2008 when I first bought a place here, and I've been in the same place since then. My children have gone to Palo Alto schools. One of them is now in college, and the second one is still in high school. I have been a product management leader, and I've recently left my job at Amazon. I'm on a sabbatical, and I would like to do more community service and do more volunteer activities, which is why I looked at this commission. At Amazon, my experience includes building products and teams at multiple organizations, including retail, AWS, and Amazon devices, where my teams brought delightful products to the market, such as Amazon Echo, as well as some interesting augmented reality experiences like virtual try-on of lipstick, which is more fun. But again, through all of my experiences, we've also had a lens on sustainability practices. And that is why I looked at this particular role and thought it might be of interest. And I'd love to see if any of the ways that we make productivity happen in corporate world, whether it's the prioritization using data-driven inputs, how we collaborate and do certain activities in an opportunistic manner to really make things happen. And this, again, as I said, is a chance for me to volunteer and give back to the community. I'll pause there if you have any questions on that.
Thank you. I'm sure we do. Let me just start this time. I have maybe a short question. You say in your application that you'd like to see if the committee can help reduce delays. Do you have a perspective on why those delays happen? And that's really the core of it. You don't even have to answer what you would do for the delays, but is there some way to, you think, break the log jam here in the wastewater to get things done faster?
I think when I looked at, okay, there are delays as a resident, I would see, okay, why hasn't this job been done? So that was the perspective I would always look at. And then I've heard some of the the discussions at the council and other places, as well as the commission, where they were talking about delays that have happened because the work wasn't done, or certain, I think I heard about discussions around how getting permission from Google so that we can do the work there. And Google might be just one of the examples, but any of the companies around. And those delays have over time caused some of these things to get delayed further, is how I understood it. Is that an accurate assessment?
I'm not on that commission. I can't answer that question.
Okay, sorry. So those are the, yeah.
No, I just really wanted to, I was asking sort of how you would structure that problem to figure out why there was a delay. So I really appreciate that answer. That was very well thought out. Other council members? Councilmember Byrd?
Well, thank you. And I appreciated from your application that you have familiarized yourself with the green store water infrastructure approach we've taken. And I noted that, you have concern with flooding events. I think you reside in an area close to the bay where we may in the future have even greater flooding from sea level rise. So I don't know if you listened earlier when I was asking couple of the other applicants about the purview of the committee and whether what your thoughts are on expanding the purview from merely financial oversight to making policy and program recommendations.
So I did not hear the prior ones or responses. I joined just about, I think, 10 minutes ago. But let me try to respond to the question as I understand it. So you are looking at beyond just the financial audits and overview that this commission does, what I think about whether we should expand its purview further. Is that an accurate assessment?
Yes, and expand the purview into recommendations on policies and programs.
Got it. I think on policies, I am not yet quite sure. I'm not well versed enough to answer the policies aspect. But in terms of other ways of progress, I think if there are avenues that the commission could help to figure out what innovations can be done and think about that angle, I think the commission should look at it. And I would be excited to work on those kind of aspects and give those as recommendations based on our findings of how certain innovations might help us, whether it is make things happen faster, but also to expand the purview to go beyond that. Now, how that translates to funding any new programs is an area that I am not familiar with. I assume there may be additional funding that needs to be sanctioned for us to use that, perhaps, or maybe it is, if the funds are available, then certain, I'm guessing some approvals would be needed to be able to use that.
Other comments? Councilmember Koo?
Hello, thank you for applying. I wanted to ask Ambika, nice to meet you also. You mentioned, so I just wanted to quickly ask, how would you apply your expertise gained in the corporate world to this commission?
So I think there are a few things that I look at a corporate company like Amazon, where productivity is one of the things that we do very well. And I wonder if there are ways to examine, audit the mechanisms that are currently in place to see if we can improve those. For example, I think some of the hearings that are, the panel discussions that I heard on YouTube, they talked about how there are goals and then what has been achieved to date. What I felt missing when I was looking at that is, okay, are we taking goals and forecasts and regularly checking what they are going, how we are progressing? But when we are taking these goals, are we taking them with the intent that they are going to be fulfilled based on resourcing and everything for each year? And so how diligent is that planning? And then how is the tracking of that? And whether there is something that can be done to improve that. That's an example. Another example would be if there are avenues to intersect other projects that are happening, such as road construction or some other repair for potholes, which we see a lot of, and if there are ways to combine those. These are all elements that I look at as how can we opportunistically do more for the customer, in this case, the residents of Palo Alto. So that's the angle that I would be looking at to bring in terms of benefits.
Ambika, thank you, especially for the examples that you provided as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, I like your tech background. I think that sounds great. Were you ever in a role where you actually had to manage a budget and make sure that the finances were in good shape?
Yes, in terms of, I have a group of people and products that I manage. And so we did have to live up to the budget that we planned at the beginning of the year and said that that's what we would be planning to utilize, whether it is on resourcing, but also when you think about the P&L of in this, let me give you an example. So for example, eco products and specific eco products, what they would be selling and the volumes that they should be sold. And if that is not happening, then how do we think about either repurposing that or stopping additional production of that product? So all of those were within my purview as the product management leader. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, but I think you're out of time now.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate you applying.
Thank you.
Our last interviewee is Ron Owens. Ron, you should be able to unmute yourself and on Zoom and make yourself visible on the camera.
That one and this one. This one here? Yeah. Just
All
a
right.
second here. Yeah. Okay.
There you are.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Great.
Oh, great. Okay.
Welcome and go ahead.
I'm Ron O's. I'm an applicant for the Stormwater Management Commission, and give you a little brief background. I've been on the commission before and currently, and feel that the experience I gained by being on the commission allowed me to get up to speed on what the role of the commission really is. And to as a reminder, there's an annual audit of the expenditures of that occur, and so really the role of the commission is in part to certify that that it was done accordingly. So it's fairly limited, and I think we've started to talk about how to expand that role. Just a little bit about my background: I have advanced degrees in civil engineering. Done a lot of projects that had to do with surface water and contamination, been an expert witness 20 times. Went back to the White House to work on problems with years ago with somewhat affected by this surface water issue. So a long background in what the commission would do if it broadened its scope. With that, I'll entertain questions.
Okay, great. Councilmember, questions?
May I?
Councilmember Koo?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Lowing. Hello, Ron. Thank you for applying again. I see that you are a incumbent. So I see also that you are a retired professional civil engineer, as well as in the environmental engineering as well. Can you tell us how that can help with this commission?
Yeah, right now, I can understand the projects that are being financed, and I understand finance because first of all, I came close to an MBA, but also dealt with finance on all the projects I've done with. So how to make what they cost and how to fund them. So I do understand finance to that degree, but I also understand the projects that are being financed.
Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, thank you. Ron, don't know if you heard my questions
We are missing a question.
with some of the other applicants, but I'm interested in hearing any thoughts you have on the purview of the Oversight Committee and whether it should extend beyond just the financial review into recommendations on policies and programs.
So sorry, Ron, right before you answer that, we do need to take a moment. We did lose a quorum, so we need to, I will pause your time, Ron, so this will not count against you. One moment.
So we're going to pause you.
What happened?
We lost a quorum. We have a limited number of council members here tonight, and so we have to have 4 on the dais to be able to continue the meeting. And Councilmember Tanaka just left the dais.
Okay.
So Ron, we did pause your time. We will resume once Councilmember Tanaka.
So we're just going to time out for a couple minutes. We'll let you know.
Okay, great.
I think your mic is on, Ron, with some background.
Please mute.
Do you want me to make any comments, or am I just
Just
I don't want to break the rules, you know what I mean?
Just mute from now until we get a quorum. It's the problem is on our side right now.
All right, Ron, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you and you can continue on with your answer.
Our quorum is back.
Oh, Ron, you're still muted. You'll have to click unmute.
I'm muted now?
We can hear you.
You can hear me now? Okay, great.
Yes.
I think I, agree with some of the comments that have been made about expanding the role of the committee or commission, and kind of one step at a time to make it worthwhile. But one way to do it would be to turn it into an advisory committee to the council dealing with stormwater issues, projects, and concerns. And kind of one thing is, some examples of public involvement, how to improve it. For instance, we have a street sweeping program that I don't think most people appreciate how important it is to get the contaminants off the streets. And so we could work on better communication to the public with that example. I have a neighbor that works on cars, and there's oil being dripped into the streets. So that's another issue that we can start to be concerned with. There's a number of issues, kind of one at a time, that the council could start to address to improve the management of stormwater in the city. And I think, my experience living here is people live here because they love this city. Most of them are concerned with the environment. And so if we start to involve people more in these issues, I think they'll like it and we'll like it. So just one step at a time.
Ron, I would just like to ask you, what do you feel good about in the time that you've been on the commission? What do you feel like you've accomplished?
I think I began not understanding this role as much because we spent a lot of time talking about projects, but that the role really is just to agree that the money being spent is in accordance with the bond issue from 2017. And I think and then also to understand that there is an audit, and a role then really was to, assume that the audit was being carried out in accordance with the procedures of an audit. So I think I began my role on the commission thinking it was broader than it was. And then as I started to understand it more, I think I understood the way it works. And, and I think this, appreciate the staff. The staff that the city has are by and large excellent. And I think the city should appreciate the people that work here. And I got to learn about the people that work in this area for the city.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions, from council members? Okay, great. Thank you very much. Appreciate your reapplication.
Okay, thank you.
And that concludes the interview for this commission and for both the commissions that we're dealing with tonight. So we've concluded that item on the agenda. Now we're going to move to public comment. As most of you know, members of the public may speak to an item not on the agenda. What's the speaker count?
We are at 16 currently. We have 2 groups of 7 and 2 individual speakers. And one more just raised their hand, so that makes it 18.
There's two groups, you say?
Yes, 2 groups of 7
Okay.
with a spokesperson.
All right, so those will be 8 minutes, and then the others will be 1 minute.
All right.
Yeah.
Our first speaker is Noel S.
I'd like to take a minute for us all to think about the word terror, not the word terrorism or the word terrorist, but the word terror. Terror is a heightened state of fear. Fear is when you're walking down the street and you think you hear something behind you. Terror is when you turn around and you see somebody with a bloody knife running you down. In Gaza right now, that man with a bloody knife is everywhere, but he's nowhere. You can't see him. You hear the bombs dropping. You hear the drones flying overhead. You see the bodies on the ground, but you don't know when you're on his list. You're in a constant state of terror. I think we can all agree and understand that there's no place on this planet right now where there is more terror than in Gaza today. So this is something to think about. What do you call a nation that inflicts this state of terror on 2.3 million people for 6 months without end? Language is important. Language is important. These people are in a state of terror that's being inflicted upon them by the state of Israel with the full support of our tax dollars. Thank you. Please think about that.
Our next speaker is Yazan A.
President Biden has called for a ceasefire, or at least he used the word finally. It's been 6 months and he's finally said the word. But it was not because he saw Israel slaughter 14,000 children in Gaza. And it was not because of the starvation, the forced starvation of 2.2 million people. It was because he saw Israel kill 7 foreign aid workers. That's what got him to really say the words ceasefire, the words that we're so scared to say here. And I want to ask you, does it ever weigh you down that you're on your conscience that you have said nothing so far after seeing all of what we have seen? How do you live with your silence? How much more is it going to take? More aid workers? Another 30,000 Palestinians? Why is my life
Your time is up.
worth so much less to you than the rest of this room?
Your time is up.
Thank
Our
you.
next speaker is Lori.
As the granddaughter of a Holocaust survivor, I never anticipated experiencing the same anti-Semitism and exclusion that my grandfather endured. Yet here I am in Palo Alto, seeing a pattern of increasing normalization of anti-Semitic and offensive behavior. Let me share some recent incidents from our Bay Area community over just the past 2 weeks. At the Berkeley City Council meeting 2 weeks ago, an 89-year-old Holocaust survivor was heckled by pro-ceasefire protesters when she mentioned the massacre and rapes on October 7th. If this sounds familiar, it's exactly what happened right here in council chambers when the pro-ceasefire protesters did this at the Congressional Candidates Forum. During the same Berkeley meeting, pro-ceasefire protesters screamed at Jewish community members, telling them to go chase the money, you money suckers. Shockingly, when a mother I know shared that her 7-year-old son heard a group of kids at his school say, "Jews are stupid," a pro-ceasefire protester shouted, "Zionists are stupider." Last week in Santa Clara, the mother of a colleague of mine was punched in the face by a protester during a ceasefire rally in front of Intel. She was merely standing alone, holding an Israeli flag. If you haven't heard of any of this, it's because this type of anti-Semitic behavior is becoming normalized at city council meetings and at pro-ceasefire protests like in LA, San Francisco, and Albany. In LA in particular, where a man was killed by a pro-ceasefire protester. In the Palo Alto City Council meeting last week, disgusting anti-Semitic and anti-Black hate was spewed on Zoom. I hope you recall that several weeks prior, more anti-Semitism was spewed on Zoom when a public commenter singled out a Palo Alto resident by name, calling him a powerful Jew multiple times, evoking Nazi-era anti-Semitism about Jews and power. At another council meeting, a public commenter said that the murders and rapes of October 7th wasn't a terrorist act. At a recent HRC meeting, a public comment Zoom caller praised Hamas, calling them freedom fighters. No one even turns their heads away or looks shocked when public commenters say things like this in Palo Alto. That's because this type of anti-Semitism is becoming normalized in our council chambers. But no matter how normalized it is for others, it is painful for us every single time. This weekend, a review was posted on Yelp and Google Reviews targeting a new Jewish-owned restaurant in Palo Alto. The reviewer stated, quote, "After ordering and about to pay, the man told me that they are Jewish-owned and a rabbi owns this restaurant. If I had known that prior, I wouldn't have even come in. Won't be returning ever." This reviewer is a Gun alum and was employed by the city of Palo Alto last year teaching art classes to preschoolers. This bigotry should have no place in our community. Now, add to this the pro-ceasefire protest last weekend, where protesters illegally hoisted the Palestinian flag on city flagpoles and marched in the streets without permission. There's a reason we've never had to lock our flagpoles before. That's because no one had the disrespect and audacity to violate the norms of Palo Alto by hoisting foreign flags. Now the trust is broken. Locks have to be installed. 2 protesters were dressed as security guards with handcuffs and batons, which, according to state of California law, require a permit that can only be issued to someone with a current security guard registration. Only those protesters were wearing no visible identification of a security company. Again, a California requirement. One guard was fully masked, no way to identify anything about this person. As my husband always says, people who have nothing to hide, hide nothing. This person was there to intimidate and frighten. The protest was sponsored and or promoted by at least 2 groups who you do not want getting involved in Palo Alto. CARE, which has been disavowed by the Biden administration for anti-Semitism, and Hero Tent, a South Bay group that states on their Facebook that you must abide by the ideology that armed resistance is necessary for the liberation of Palestine. Is this what Saturday afternoon in Palo Alto should look like? Foreign flags flying above City Hall with masked men dressed in paramilitary gear at a protest promoted by a group advocating for armed resistance? Is this the welcoming, inclusive Palo Alto you've worked so hard to create? Does this engender a sense of belonging for all? This protest caused harm to Palo Alto. We cannot let this behavior become normalized. It has to be addressed. One of your 2024 priorities is community safety, wellness, and belonging, and we're counting on you to not let this misbehavior become so normalized so that many of us feel unsafe and that we don't belong. Please enforce rules and ensure accountability by those who hold permits for events. Urge police to follow up with a permit holder to identify the protesters dressed as security guards and ensure that their conduct was compliant with California regulations. Ensure that events involving the problematic groups that have sponsored and promoted this event are given extra scrutiny to guarantee that they follow all rules, procedures, and norms. Make sure that the police are in attendance at all such events to ensure safety and security for all. Equally important, please take action to try to bring the city together in healing so that Palo Alto is safe and inclusive for everyone who lives here. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ella.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Ella, and I am currently at my second year of high school. Ever since I moved here 6 years ago, I've been proud to call Palo Alto my home. The values, inclusiveness, and warmth the city has to offer made my family and I grateful to be living in such a community. But when the same community I fell in love with turned on my family and I on October 7th, I was in disbelief. Coming here in 4th grade, Palo Alto showed me love within the people in our community, real love. So I never thought I would see the day where anti-Semitism would seep into our neighborhood. Anti-Semitism is not just an attack on a particular group of people. It's an attack on our shared humanity. It's a betrayal of compassion, understanding, and respect that should form the foundation of our community. When we allow anti-Semitism, we're not just harming our Jewish brothers and sisters, but we're tearing apart the very fabric of Palo Alto's community. Let me describe to you in simple words my life for the past 6 months. I woke up on a regular Saturday after my homecoming dance on October 7th. Instead of sleeping in, I was woken up by my dad calling my family to my living room. As I'm still trying to process what was going on, I was horrified with what I was seeing on TV. Videos of terrified Israelis running from the Nova Festival, elderly being kidnapped, clips of men and children being shot and dragged through the dirt, photos of bloody naked bodies of girls my age being hauled onto trucks full of terrorists. Girls my age. I looked at myself in the mirror and thought that equally could have been me. Not long after, the evils of social media showed their opinion on Hamas's attack too. I saw so much purposely distorted, factually incorrect, and inciting messages all over my feed. The amount of hate towards Jews and disregard to all the pain and suffering we've been going through these tough times is indescribable. It baffled me that never in modern history has there been a group with such a public and open intent to murder and rape others, and the focus of the media is to call for a ceasefire or to stop the oppression. After all my pain, and after the pain of my Jewish classmates, my personal family, and even I went through since October 7th, I feel completely alone and sometimes helpless when it seems like the whole world's opinion is turned against us. What's even more concerning is how social media platforms have become echo chambers, influencing impressionable teenagers to adopt anti-Semitic beliefs and attitudes, often coupled with unjustified resentment towards Israel and its existence. Let me paint you a picture. It was only 2 short weeks after October 7th. I was walking out of my class and a classmate of mine walked up to me and said, "Fuck the Jews." Here at Palo Alto High School, I was confused, in shock, and very, very hurt. Can you believe that? How did such form of hate, and so much of it, seep into our schools? I can only hope that kid was just miseducated. And if it was plainly that, we all know exactly where he got that hateful attitude that pushed him to take it out on me, his Jewish classmate that he has never spoken a word to before. Imagine the pain and fear of that anti-Semitism inflicts. It's the fear of walking down the street wearing a Star of David necklace, feeling all the eyes glued on you, wondering if you'll be subject to verbal abuse or violence. It's the anguish of seeing swastikas inscribed on public tables. Anti-Semitism is trauma passed down through generations, a reminder of the horrors of the past that should never be forgotten. But now, I'm standing here before you on my Monday night with 4 tests ahead of me because the truth hit me and the global Jewish community. This anti-Semitism is not just something from the past anymore. It's roaming our schools and streets today. It's actively dividing our beloved city. We have all seen in one way or another how destructive hate can be. So surely the ceasefire chants, spreading misinformation, and calls to remove groups of people will not be the medicine to our issues. We as a community have the power to stand together against anti-Semitism, shoulder to shoulder, to reject hatred and bigotry in all its forms. Instead of building walls, let's choose to build bridges between us. I know you see the division even here within the borders of Palo Alto. Meeting here almost every Monday shows just that. So to cleanse it from our streets, we must confront it head on with courage, compassion, and a commitment to education. We must educate ourselves and our students about the history and consequences of anti-Semitism, shining light on its dark origins and exposing the lies and myths that fuel its spread. We must properly teach us students the importance of empathy and tolerance, instilling the values of love and acceptance that will ultimately allow Israelis and Palestinians to live side by side here in Palo Alto with recognition and respect. Maybe I sound naive for suggesting such a reality, but I genuinely believe that if we lead with education and love, we can achieve that reality and restore Palo Alto to how it was when I moved here 6 years ago. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Dr. D.
Hello, Council. This morning I woke up to more images of dead Palestinian children. Every single human rights organization, the UN, the World Court, is calling out Israel to stop the slaughter and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. Israel has deliberately killed more aid workers, journalists, UN staff, doctors, and nurses in recorded history. Palo Alto prides itself on our exemplary public school system with critical thinking, research, tech, and all these images are freely available 24/7. Yet we are somehow stuck on mythology versus reality. Those trying to stop genocide present endless evidence of what is happening in real time, and still there's a question of fabrication versus facts. Truth always lies with the oppressed, never the oppressor. We need to face our truth and our complicity in this genocide, the US complicity. We need a ceasefire statement for legal and moral absolution, and so we can start to heal as a community. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much to the city clerk and also to our respectful speakers this evening. So that concludes public comment. Now we move to council member questions, comments, and announcements, if there are any from the four of us. Nope. Okay, then this meeting stands adjourned.